Hiring teams today are expected to do more with less, so recruiters need technology that works with them. Greenhouse
So that is what you get first here. That's what you're looking at. What will then happen in Maricopa County over the next few hours is they will count up the same day vote, the folks who went and voted today. That's typically a Republican-friendly batch of voters. So you'll see in the next few hours, these numbers change, and then you will have the majority of the vote in Maricopa County will be in. And then we will wait because every night now, going through the week, they're going to work through the rest of that vote by mail. The stuff that came in on Saturday, on Sunday, stuff that was dropped off today. There's still a lot of that to come. But as a starting point, if you compare this to 2020, when this number came out in 2020, Joe Biden had a high single-digit advantage over Harris in that initial batch in Maricopa County. If you remember, the story in 2020 all week was Trump trying to play comeback in Arizona. This is his starting point now in Maricopa. Also, the other big population center in Arizona, this is Pima County, where Tucson is. This is the more Democratic of the two big counties here. Again, basically the same deal. You've got this initial batch here that's half the vote. Again, Biden, you can see where he ran here in 2020. You can see what Harris is getting right now. But what will still be coming out later tonight in Pima will be that same day vote. So we'll see how that affects the count. And again, in Arizona, if we get through tonight and this thing is still very, very close, you're kind of locked in probably for a few days of results just because of that pace, where once a night you'll kind of get updates from these counties. So the question here, obviously, is if somebody gets a clear advantage, this is the statewide number right now. Half the vote has been counted out. We'll see in the coming hours if there's clear separation between these candidates at all. Otherwise, it could take some time there in Arizona. I want to return to Pennsylvania because I think we've got a pretty big development here in part of the story we've been following all night. We have been flagging Lackawanna County, big one where Scranton is, heart of Northeast Pennsylvania, a very contested region here politically. And the question has been, what would this land at? And you're now basically looking at it. This is probably it in Lackawanna County. And Kamala Harris is going to, this is where Scranton is. Kamala Harris, you see, winning this by 3 points over Donald Trump. But remember, we were using this as a gauge because in 2020, Joe Biden won this by 8.5 points, won the state. In 2016, Donald Trump lost this only by about 3.5 points, 3.4 points. This was a winning combination for Donald Trump. He won the state. This was a losing combination for Donald Trump. Tonight, at 3.1 points, his loss here in Lackawanna County is actually a little bit less than the 2016 margin. This was one of our key questions in Pennsylvania tonight. Would Donald Trump get back to his 2016 level in a big blue-collar county like this? Because there are a lot of big blue-collar counties like this throughout the contested northern tier of the battleground. This I'm flagging for you because we said it at the start of the night. We'd use this as a bellwether also because this is now the complete one. We've been looking for complete counties. We've got a complete county here. So that's what it lands at right there. That was the question we asked. We now have an answer. Luzerne County, another biggie. Again, this is all big blue-collar counties, northeast Pennsylvania, slowly getting that same day, that election day vote counted up. Trump's lead now is 11 points. This is where Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania is. He needs to hit this number and probably surpass it. So keep an eye as this remaining vote comes in. But like Lackawanna, that's what we're looking at. One other thing to note here. Now, look, half the vote is in. Philadelphia County is the same thing as Philadelphia City. They're the exact same thing. So that's what you're looking at here. We got half the vote in. And you see, Harris is going to win this thing in an absolute landslide. The question in Philadelphia has been the margin, because what we saw in 2020 was ever so slightly, even as Democrats won the state.
Do you know what's really fun? Making a website on Wix.
Proved on 2016. Joe Biden actually lost a little bit of ground in Philadelphia. And the reason he lost a little bit of ground in Philadelphia was Donald Trump performed a little bit better in some heavily Hispanic parts of the city. So the question, another key question tonight has been, do Democrats win that back? Do they win back the ground they lost? Do they lose further ground? Now, you can see Biden won Philadelphia 81-18, essentially, in 2020. And right now, it's 79-20. The key is this, as they count up, I keep saying the same day vote. I'm saying that because we know the same day vote is favoring the Republicans a bit. So when I say they're tallying up the same day, there's an expectation there that it's the best numbers for Trump that are still being tabulated right now. The twist in Philadelphia, though, is they still have tens of thousands of vote-by-mail ballots. And we expect at about midnight that they're going to release that second batch of vote-by-mail ballots. So as we get closer there, we're going to follow this and see if Trump can maintain this 20%, maybe even he grows it. That would be fantastic news for him if he does that. But at about midnight, a very big batch of what are going to be very Democratic-friendly votes are going to come in. And so that may answer or really get us close to an answer on this other key question we're asking in Pennsylvania. Are the Democrats able to hold what they have in Philadelphia and maybe even win back the lost ground from 2020, or does Trump make further inroads? Because again, this is a county where a city, the Democrats won by about 470,000 votes in 2020. They want to hit that margin. They want to go higher on that margin tonight. So that's the drama in Philadelphia as this other half of the vote comes in. And we could just zoom right out and see. Oh, I was going to zoom out and show you the running statewide total. And I clicked Ohio for some reason. There you go. A little bit more than half statewide. That is Trump's lead statewide, but it's very spotty in terms of where you're seeing votes. Oh, there's one more I did want to flag for you. This is Cumberland County, because we do have about 3/4 of the vote in here. Why Cumberland County? Because we don't talk much about it, but there's a lot of population in this region of Pennsylvania. You got Lancaster County, you got York County. Here you got Cumberland County, Carlisle, Pennsylvania's in here. This is actually, you see red right now, this has been a growth area for Democrats. There's a lot of fast-growing suburbs in here. Again, demographically very conducive to the Democratic coalition, right outside, right across the river from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. So Democrats made gains here in 2020. This was actually a very good performance for Joe Biden. Now you see with almost 3/4 of the vote in, Trump's a little bit short of that number. That was a bad number for him, and he's a little bit short of it now, but this is the thing to look for. With all of this remaining election day vote still to be counted, we just saw this happen in Lackawanna County. Is that going to happen in Cumberland County? Is Trump going to gain enough that he hits that number and surpasses that 2020 number? This is the kind of place where his campaign needs to win back ground that they lost in 2020. This is a big part of why, or a significant part of why Trump lost Pennsylvania in 2020. So we're going to follow that as it continues to come in. And I can also note Butler County. This is red. Obviously, it was heavily in the news this summer with that Trump rally. Believe it or not, Butler County in the Trump era, which started in 2016, while it's still deeply red, has actually gotten less red. This has been a bit of a growth area, suburbs right outside Pittsburgh, some rural areas too. The Democrats actually, I'll just show you, put it up on the screen here. This was actually a bit disappointing for Trump in 2020. Just go back here and you take a look. He won it by 37 points in 2016, only 32 in 2020. This is a place where Democrats would like to make more gains. Right now, it's basically exactly where it landed in 2020. And again, there's not a ton, but there's more of that same-day vote to come. And this is, again, the kind of place where the Trump campaign's goal coming into tonight would be to stop those losses that they were suffering, to stop that decline, and maybe gain some ground back. So, with most, not all the vote in Butler County, it doesn't look like they're going to fall back any farther. Just check in, too, on Allegheny County. There's more than 1 million people in Allegheny County. You think of the city of Pittsburgh, there's also just a ton of interior suburbs there, inner suburbs there. 3/4 of the vote in Allegheny. We'll just show you where this landed in 2020. And again, this is one of the few counties in Pennsylvania that's gotten more Democratic in the Trump era. But, it's huge, as we just say. So 60% is basically where Biden landed in Allegheny County in 2020, with about 3/4 of the vote in. And if you remember at the start of the night, we had all of that mail that was dropped in Allegheny County. Trump's been trying to chip away at that sense. We got to see with this remaining 25% of the vote if he can get back to that 2020 level here. Democrats really want to grow this. The other question we're going to try to get an answer on here, too, is if there is remaining vote by mail in Allegheny County, because we say that's the wild card in Philadelphia now. We're going to check on that in Allegheny County and in Pittsburgh. But these are places, where Democrats just depend on big margins, and where Harris is going to need even bigger margins, by a few points to offset potentially, for instance, what Trump just did in Allegheny County, in Lackawanna County, excuse me. Yeah, let's check in, Rachel. We'll start here on North Carolina. Look, again, 83% of the vote statewide now counted, and Trump with a 3-point advantage here. It's about 135,000 votes. Yeah, again, I think we're seeing some clear things we've taken you through, and they're being reinforced the more we look at here. We talked about the rural counties with large black populations where Democrats wanted to run up turnout and make some gains. That has not happened. You take a look at some of these big, well-populated, still Republican suburbs where Trump has had some slippage, where Democrats would need further slippage. We've singled out Union County before. Trump has actually gained ground in Union County. This is a gigantic one just outside of Charlotte. He's actually gained ground there relative to 2020 when this was a big reason the state got as close as it did. Another county that fits the bill here is Johnston County. Again, just very similar to Union County, just outside of Wake County. And again, it's not massive, but Trump doing a point better than he did. Harris doing a point worse than she did. Look, North Carolina is a state that is typically decided within the margins here. You know, Republicans have been winning it since 2008, not in landslide margins. So when you have a 1-point swing towards Trump and a 1-point swing away from the Democrats, and you keep seeing that all over the place, boy, that really does start to add up. Even in a place here, 3/4 of the vote in Guilford County, where Greensboro is. This is part of the triad. This is one of the big Democratic vote-producing counties. But again, Biden was over 60% of the vote here, at nearly 61% of the vote in 2020. What's still to come in Guilford County is that Republican favoring a same-day vote. So you're really starting to see this lead that Trump has right here. The ingredients that are going into it are the ingredients he needed coming into the night. We'll just check in there. Coming into the night to have a good night in North Carolina. Take a trip down to Georgia. 86% of the vote counted now. Trump's margin over 153,000 votes. Remember, he lost this by about 12,000 last time around. We've been keeping an eye on Fulton County. Democrats need gains there. They can't afford any slippage. The same day votes being counted up here. And now you can see it. Harris has fallen more than a point below where Biden finished in 2020. Trump's improved by more than a point here. A county this size, well over 1 million people here. That is a significant shift there. And with more same day to come, that may get even worse for Democrats right there. You could take a look at Douglas County. Cobb County. Again, we still have vote to come in here. But Harris now basically falling back to Biden's level, the potential to slip even further there. Up here, again, I won't take you through the individual counties, but in North Georgia, this is just the overwhelming Republican part of the state. And this story is being repeated in county after county. Trump is performing better. He won these things by 75 points or so in 2020. He's performing even better in these counties. So look, just zoom out here and look at the implications of this potentially. If this continues with the votes that are still to come in Georgia, North Carolina, I say this as a very, very big if here, but if you just play this out to let you know about the implications here, if Trump gets Georgia and if Trump gets North Carolina, okay, and there's no other surprises outside of the battleground, and we already saw Iowa called. That was one of the potential surprises people were thinking about. With those two states, Trump would move probably to 251 expected electoral votes. And how many electoral votes are in Pennsylvania? The answer is 19. So if in the remaining votes in North Carolina and Georgia, Donald Trump is able to lock down victories in those states, I say if, but based on what I'm showing you, there's reason for hope for the Trump folks that could happen. If Trump wins those two states, he'd be at probably 251, and likely in that scenario, if he could get Pennsylvania, that would get him to 270. Now, Pennsylvania, still a scramble here. 57% of the vote is in. Just check in here on Luzerne County. We continue to get more vote out of here. This is one of the key bellwethers we're using because this is Northeast Pennsylvania. Boy, there's a ton of vote in here. And this is the area the Trump campaign said they're going to improve on 2020 here. Again, 2/3 of the vote in now. Trump is ticking up closer to that 2020 level here. So keep an eye on that and the rest of the state. But Pennsylvania, just given what we're seeing in Georgia and North Carolina, increasingly taking center stage right here as one that the Harris campaign has always wanted, felt they needed. If Trump gets Georgia and Trump gets North Carolina, then Pennsylvania becomes an absolute must for Democrats. Yeah, in Michigan, and again, it's very scattered here, but there are a couple of big places I want to look at because they might be offering us some clues. Again, we say what some of these bigger counties, we have questions going into the night, specific questions about counties that, could be extrapolated potentially more broadly. Meaning, let's take a look here at one of the biggest. We flagged this one at the start of the night. This is Oakland County. This is a big, giant suburban county just outside Detroit. And this is of the two big suburban counties just north of Detroit. This is the Democratic one. This is the one, with a lot of college-educated, higher income types, a lot of bedroom communities here. So look at this. 2/3 of the vote is now counted in Oakland County. And Harris is winning. The Democrats are supposed to win here. Her margin's inside 10 points. It's less than a 50,000 vote raw vote margin here. I want to show you what this does in the context of other recent races. In 2020, this was a 14-point win for Joe Biden. And in 2016, this was an 8-point win for Hillary Clinton. And I don't think I need to tell you, this wasn't enough to win Michigan for Hillary Clinton. This was more than enough for Joe Biden to win Michigan. And this right now looks an awful lot like this. Remember our test coming into the night, one of them was to compare Oakland to its next door neighbor, Macomb. Macomb is blue right now. This is the blue collar, Trump friendly suburban county. There's almost no vote that's been counted there. So yet to be seen how this is going to measure up. But one of the reasons Democrats were able to win Michigan, why Joe Biden was able to win Michigan 4 years ago, was this. He was able to run up a monster number in a gigantic, highly populated suburban county, and it more than offset Trump's strength in the other gigantic blue-collar suburban county. This is a number, if this holds, that the Trump people would be very happy with. The Democrats want that back where it was in 2020. One other county that I think we can look at here and get a bit of a clue from, this is just outside of Lansing, and this is one at the start of the night that the Democrats looked at, they would have said, we want to flip this county tonight. Let me just show you. It got super close in 2020. Joe Biden came less than a point away from winning it here. It had been a 5-point Trump county in 2016. Again, this is one of those places, the reason why Joe Biden was able to make the gains in Michigan, a big sort of suburban county, outside Lansing here. Biden nearly won it. And again, this 95% basically means all the vote is now in Eaton County. It's gone back to that 2016 level, 51-46, 49-44. That's what the Trump campaign wants to see in counties like this, where they had slippage in counties they won in 2020. They want to get that slippage back. We saw that earlier. We showed you Lackawanna County in Pennsylvania. They did that. They did this just outside Lansing. Here's another place where they really want to do that. You could see right here next to Oakland, it's Livingston County. Okay, this is a mix of sort of suburbia, some rural areas here too. It's gigantic, kind of between Lansing and Detroit. More than half the vote now counted in Livingston County. And again, just want to show you, this was a bad number for Donald Trump 4 years ago. He won this by a little bit less than 23 points. This was a good number for Donald Trump. He won the state of Michigan in 2016, winning here by about just under 30 points. And his margin tonight is looking more so far like 2016 than it is 2020. This is a pattern that's being repeated. We're showing you, not a lot of counties in Michigan have this much vote in, but in those that are, we're starting to see this. And again, we're seeing this in other areas of the battleground, the northern tier of the battleground. Pennsylvania, we had some more that just came in, almost completely here. It can take you through them. You can start right here, Berks County. Okay, this is where Reading is. One of the things we talked about, Reading has the highest concentration of Hispanic residents of any city in Pennsylvania. The Trump campaign said, we are going to make gains with Hispanic voters. The national exit poll is showing Trump making substantial gains with Hispanic voters tonight. I've seen counties way outside the battleground with large Hispanic populations where Donald Trump has made dramatic gains tonight, some in Virginia. Hudson County, New Jersey is another. And here in Berks County, again, with one of the larger Hispanic populations in Pennsylvania, here's Trump with just about, that's basically the vote here, winning it by 13. Look at that. 4 years ago, he won it by 8. This is exactly what the Trump campaign said it was going to do in a place like Burke County. It was going to take that and it was going to make it double digits. They've made it double digits in Burke County. We check in on Luzerne County. And again, we've been talking about this one. As that same day vote comes in, this is Wilkes-Barre, this is Hazleton, another county with a substantial Hispanic population, one of the highest in Pennsylvania. Now Trump has hit his 2020 number there, and he's got a long way to go here. All that vote that's still to come in, we expect to be election day vote. The pattern pattern, the trend is pretty clear here. So again, you're seeing Trump in good position in one of those big counties, densely populated counties in northeast Pennsylvania. Take a look down here at Cumberland County. We talked about this one a little while ago. This was a big hope for Democrats in Pennsylvania coming into tonight. Again, 95% means basically it's all in Cumberland County. Again, 2020 looked like this. It's basically the same. It's a fraction of a point different. But that's a win for the Trump campaign because in the context, look at this. It was an 18-point race. Trump won here by 18 points in 2016. Democrats made a huge jump. This was one of their biggest in the state in 2020, bringing it down to 10. They wanted to keep this going tonight. They didn't. Trump was able to stop the losses in Cumberland County. So again, that's something that encourages that his campaign exactly wanted to see right there. We're starting to get Erie County. Again, this would be the vote by mail in Erie County. The story we've been talking about elsewhere now is going to play out in Erie. This is the bellwether. It's one of the two that switched sides to Biden in 2020. The name of the game in the final 2/3 of the vote is, can Trump catch Harris with the election day vote? Just checking in on Philadelphia, we're up to 2/3 of the vote now in Philadelphia. And again, this is just Philadelphia, the city. And again, I think this is becoming a bit of a theme we're seeing in multiple states now, the Hispanic vote. Why did Trump make some progress? It was small, but it was there in Philadelphia in 2020. It was because he improved with Hispanic voters in Hispanic areas of the city. With 2/3 of the vote in Philadelphia now, it's 77-21. Well, that looks terrible, but compare that to 2020 and look at that. Trump is running 3.5 points better in Philadelphia than he did in 2020. Harris now 4 points off the Biden number. There is more mail to come, more vote by mail to come in Philadelphia. That will be a boost to Harris, but there's also more same-day vote to come. And you can see Trump is running above his 2020 levels there. So where this lands, the Trump campaign's goal in Philadelphia, is basically get that Biden number under 80%. So far, they're on course to do that. There's the wild card of the mail there that adds a lot of volatility to this. But again, you're starting to, as these counties fill in, you're starting to see some patterns, and patterns you're not just seeing in one state, you're seeing them in multiple states right now.
Micro Essentials, the mighty micro.
Just happened, we can tell you about one. We've been following North Carolina, where statewide you can see 85% of the vote now in Donald Trump maintaining that lead in the neighborhood of 150,000 votes. The big thing that just happened is we have been talking about the giant, core city counties where Democrats need the big margins. We've been waiting all night on Mecklenburg County. This is where the city of Charlotte is. Now we've got almost all of Mecklenburg County has now been reported out. Harris, no surprise, landslide margin here, but this is short of where Joe Biden was here 4 years ago. Joe Biden won Mecklenburg by 35. Right now it's 32.5. And again, this number, Biden lost North Carolina narrowly, but he lost it 4 years ago. The name of the game for Democrats was to make a jump here tonight. You can look at it, do it in the raw vote, and you'll really see it. 378,000. That's the number of votes Joe Biden got here in 2020. 179,000 Trump. That is essentially a 200,000 vote margin that Democrats got out of Mecklenburg County 4 years ago. Not quite enough to win the state, but the name of the game for them tonight was build on that. Drive that over 200,000 with 90% in. There is still some votes to come in, so this is going to change, but you can see clearly the difference here is sitting at less than 175,000. So instead of going north of 200,000, it is on pace to finish south of where they were 4 years ago. So that's a significant development. Democrats looking at North Carolina all night have wanted something giant to come out of Mecklenburg. We just basically got Mecklenburg. That's what it is. The other one that I think is notable, we don't quite have all of it, but in Wisconsin, again, nearing 60% of the vote in statewide, razor thin. But again, one of those questions we asked at the start of the night, getting some clarity, and it's in the most Democratic vote producing margin county in the state, Dane County. Almost 90% of the vote in here. We're getting close to all the vote in Dane County. Significance here, Democrats rely so much on Dane County in Wisconsin now because they've lost so much ground in the rural areas of this state. I said at the start of the night, every single presidential election this century, the Democrats have added to their margin in Dane County. They have squeezed more and more and more out of it. Take a look at this. 4 years ago, Biden wins Dane County. It's the University of Wisconsin is here by 53 points. And that is a margin of about get that marker working. That's a margin of about 182,000 votes. Name of the game tonight was to hit that number and go further, like they have in every election this century in Dane County, with about 90% and still some votes to come. But you can see how far short they are of that number. 149,000 right now. 182 was the number back in 2020. This is the county Democrats rely on here. Also in the WOW counties, the question coming in tonight, the WOW counties being the big suburban bedroom communities right outside Milwaukee. Coming into the night, they're red now. They've consistently been red. How much less red would they get? We keyed in on Ozaukee County. Okay, this is now 60% of the vote is in Ozaukee County. Significance here is Trump lost in 2016, he won the county, but he lost so much ground that this was the worst Republican performance in Ozaukee County since 1964. This fits the profile demographically of exactly where Democrats thought they could knock it out of the park tonight. Knock it out of the park in Ozaukee County means get this down to single digits, something like that. Instead, 60% of the vote in. We'll see what happens the rest of the way. But so far, Trump has stopped the losses in Ozaukee County, which had been considerable, the decline in Ozaukee County, which had been considerable since he became the Republican candidate in 2016, and now leading by more than 14 points here. So those are some big counties, significant counties, politically significant counties, where we now have a giant chunk of the vote, and we can start to see some patterns developing. Again, just checking in statewide, close to 60%. It is very close there statewide, but, that is a county, a few counties where we have that much vote in that size. That's very significant, potentially, what we just saw in Dane County. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I understand. Did you just throw it at me? Yes. Oh. Somebody was talking to me, IFB, I apologize. Here we go. Some more returns in Pennsylvania. As I gather my train of thought here, I wanted to update you on 3 key counties here, again, in Northeast Pennsylvania. We started the night saying, and we've said it a few times, that there are only 2 counties in Pennsylvania that are true swing counties. That is to say, they backed Donald Trump in 2016 when he won the state. Then they flipped over and they backed Joe Biden when he won the state in 2020. One of them is Erie County, where you see right now about half the vote is in. Harris is ahead here. This is primarily on the strength of the vote by mail. The question is, as the rest of the vote comes in, which we know is Republican friendly, is Trump going to catch Harris there? Put a pin in that one, because the other one, we pretty much have all the vote in right. We pretty much have all the vote in right now, and it's flipping. Northampton County, this is where Easton, Pennsylvania is. This is the other county that flipped to Joe Biden in 2020 when he won the state. This fits a pattern we started talking about a little bit ago. There's a substantial Hispanic population in this county, and Donald Trump has made meaningful gains here. Joe Biden won this by a fraction of a point. It's now more than 5 points in Trump's favor, with just about all the vote counted up. We also just got a lot of the vote, almost all of it now, in Lehigh County. And again, Joe Biden won here by 8 points in 2020. It's a little under 5 right now. What's in Lehigh County? The city of Allentown is in Lehigh County. It is a majority Hispanic county. Both candidates paid a lot of attention to this. The Trump folks have bet on making gains with Hispanic voters, particularly in cities like Allentown in Pennsylvania. We don't have all the returns in from the city of Allentown yet, but what we do have shows Trump making significant further gains in that city. We also have from Monroe County just about all the vote in. This is the city of Stroudsburg. East Stroudsburg is here. Again, substantial growing Latino population. And look at this. In 2020, Joe Biden won here by 6.5 points. Kamala Harris now ahead by 0.7 of a point with just about all the vote in. Something else we've been seeing tonight, this is really, I keep pointing it out because I keep seeing it, and I think it's important to know. There's a lot of counties like this in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin where Donald Trump either won or came very close in 2016, and he lost meaningful ground in 2020 when he lost all 3 of those states. And we keep seeing this tonight. Where he's landing tonight is back where he landed in 2016. These were winning numbers for Trump. These were losing numbers from Trump. This is another county where you're seeing winning, the 2016 winning numbers for Trump. And just to put Lehigh in perspective here too, Lehigh County, again, I think we showed you 8 for Biden, less than 5 tonight. So you're also seeing it there. We continue to see it. Philadelphia, monitoring this as well. Now, more than 80% of the vote is counted here. Again, compare this to 2020. Biden won here 81-18. We're going to take it a step further back because I want you to see the longer term trend here. In fact, I can take it all the way back to 2012 because I think it's an interesting story. In 2012, Barack Obama won this county by 71 points. Okay, the county, it's Philadelphia. It's the city of Philadelphia. Donald Trump in 2016, he brought it down to 67 points. In 2020, Trump lost ground in the state. Trump lost the entire state of Pennsylvania. But look at this. He basically brought it down to 63 points from 71, 67, 63. And tonight, right now, this is down to 56 points from 71 in 2012 down to 56. Again, what are we seeing here? What we saw in 2020, the Hispanic precincts of Philadelphia, we saw meaningful improvement for Donald Trump. We're not talking about 10, 20, 30 points here. We're talking about enough, though, to bring 67-point gap down to 63, and tonight, currently 56. The margin for Kamala Harris in Philadelphia right now is just about 300,000 votes. Democrats would love to see that land tonight at 500,000. Boy, they got a long way to go to get there. The one thing Democrats have to hope for in Philadelphia right now is there is a large number of vote by mail ballots that are going to be released. Looking at my clock here, we think in the next 45 minutes or so. That should boost the Harris number in Philadelphia. That should boost the margin there. But she needs to get that back at least to where Joe Biden was 4 years ago. She needs to get that margin way up. I'm just going to take a quick look through the collar counties here because I think we're starting to get some meaningful vote. Again, these collar counties, especially Delaware, Chester, and Montgomery County have become big core Democratic vote producing counties. Delaware County is the most Democratic of these three. And you can see it was 63-36 here in 2020. The name of the game in all these counties, Democrats want to be landing north of the Joe Biden number from 2020. They're on the Joe Biden number in Delaware County right now. Take a look out in Chester County. Again, this is where Democrats, I said at the start of the night, they want to land over 60% in Chester County, 59-8 for Harris right now. But the wild card is waiting on a lot of same day vote. Is that going to affect that number for Harris right now? And move up to Montgomery County. You know, this is, you got cities here on the towns on the main line here, old school. 26 points for Joe Biden. It's 30 right now. Again, 30 would be where Democrats want this to land. The danger for them, though, is there's still a significant amount of same-day vote there. But Democrats need Philadelphia to come through on the mail. They need massive margins to hold in these counties, and they're also going to need that. We'll just check quickly in Allegheny County. We're getting close, by the way. Pittsburgh suburbs, we're getting close to 90% of the vote here. And again, that Harris number here right now is under, small, but it is slightly under the Biden number. The Trump number, 0.4 of a point better than 4 years ago. If this is basically a push with 2020, the Trump folks, if you offered them that at the start of the night, I think they would have taken it. We'll see what that remaining vote does.
Steve, thank you. We've got a huge polls. We're going to make it 7 races.
At a few more things we're getting in. First of all, I want to point this out. This is what the national popular vote is right now. Now, customarily, we've seen this the last two elections, 20 and 16, that Trump has led in the tally of the national popular vote, well into the night. And typically what you see certainly is California comes in late, and it takes a while to get all the vote counted there. And that's just a millions of vote margin for Democrats. So certainly this is going to change, and we're just starting to get California in. But outside of the core battleground, there are a couple things that I want to flag, a couple states that it's awfully late in the night and we don't have calls on yet that I think a lot of folks might have expected we would. Let me start in Virginia, where 80% of the vote is now in. And Kamala Harris, you see, is ahead here by about 2.5 points in the count. But again, in 2020, this was a 10-point state for Joe Biden over Donald Trump. What's changed tonight? Where has Trump made progress in Virginia? Take a look here, Loudoun County. This is one, if you remember that governor's race in Virginia in 2021 when Glenn Youngkin won, we talked an awful lot about Loudoun County, suburbs, exurbs of Washington, D.C., just lightning fast growth here. Biden won this thing by 25 points. It's been getting leaps and bounds more Democratic. Look what happened in Loudoun County tonight. What had been a 25-point win for Joe Biden comes down to a 16-point win. And again, Trump needs to be improving to win Virginia, on average by about 10 points in these counties. He comes very close to it there in Loudoun County. Take a look, Prince William County. This is a very densely populated and a very diverse county. Again, significant Hispanic population. Biden won this by 27, down to 18 points tonight, just about all in there in Prince William County. Virginia Beach, we still have a lot of vote to come in Virginia Beach. And this is one, this is where Joe Biden won by 5. This is one when Glenn Youngkin became governor. He flipped and won. And Trump right now leading this by 6 points. Again, that would be an 11-point shift here. There's a lot of areas here, that Trump would still need to do even better in if he were actually going to overtake Harris here. But the fact that it's this late at night and Trump has made gains that have held this so much so far, it's significant. It's part of why that popular vote is maybe a bigger lead this hour than you thought Trump would have. Bigger reason, though, is this. This is why I raised it. New York, look, it's been called. Harris is going to win New York. Her margin is 12 points. Check this out. In 2020, it was 23 points for Joe Biden. With nearly 90% of the vote in, Harris is only winning this by 12 points. Now, first of all, from a national popular vote perspective, Biden won this state by 2 million votes in 2020. The margin isn't yet 1 million, and we're getting close to all the vote in New York. And I want to zoom in a little bit closer here because I think this is significant. Let's look at New York City itself. The 5 boroughs of New York City, they're each their own individual county. And let me just show you what's happened here. Overwhelming Democratic city. Manhattan, the most liberal county in New York, a portion of New York, 86-12, a 74-point Biden win, down to 63. Trump's made double-digit gains in Manhattan. Take a look at Queens, 45-point Joe Biden win in 2020, down to 24, a 20-point net gain so far for Donald Trump in Queens, New York. Take a look over at Brooklyn. 55 has come down to 43. Staten Island's very small population-wise. It is the Republican borough of New York City. And you can see even there, though, Trump has gained a net of about 20 points with just about all the vote in there. And again, I flag that because we are seeing it in New York. Trump's gains with Hispanic voters, working class Hispanic voters. You're seeing it in New York City. It's being reflected in that statewide vote here, which has come down significantly. And even if you go across the Hudson River into New Jersey has 85% of the vote tallied. We have not yet called it. Now, Kamala Harris is ahead here by nearly 200,000 votes. But again, contrast this to New Jersey in 2020. This was a 16-point state. Tonight, it is a 5-point race with 85% of the vote tallied. The margin here in 2020 was about 800,000 votes for Joe Biden. Tonight, it hasn't yet cracked 200,000. Again, that has potential national popular vote implications for those who are tracking that. But I wanted to point out New Jersey. Again, we see Harris is in pretty good shape to win the state. But take a look at Hudson County. Hudson County, just across there. This is where Union City, New Jersey is, for instance. It's 80% Hispanic. A lot of small, densely populated cities in Hudson County with large Hispanic populations. Joe Biden won here by 46 points. Tonight, it's 28 points. This is basically it in Hudson County, from 46 to 28. This is one of those giant core Democratic counties in New Jersey the Democratic Party relies on. That's a massive, massive shift. And again, that speaks to Trump's gains, it really would seem, with Hispanic voters. So again, those are some of the states here that have bearing on the national popular vote. We saw the polls nationally much tighter than before. We wondered if Trump was going to narrow the margin in some of those big states. That is what we're seeing. I did want to follow up on Wisconsin, too, now getting close to 70% of the vote in. And yes, we were just talking about Dane and the question of what was left and could the Democrats here hit that margin that they got out of 2020. And it's true. OK, well, here we go. Now we're up to 95%. So we just, since I checked in a few minutes ago, we got more. We're getting close to all of the vote in Dane County. 163,000. That's the Harris margin in Dane County, 163,000. In 2020, that was about 182,000. 182, 163. We'll see if there's any more votes to come. But when that hits 95%, there usually aren't. So again, if anything like that holds, boy, Democrats want to be at that number. This is where they've improved their performance every time for 4 years. Where Democrats have improved tonight, where Harris has improved, or it looks like she will, not much to come in Waukesha. Big county, 400,000 people live here. One of those wow counties right outside Milwaukee. And here again, Trump got, basically 60%, 60 to 39. Trump falling a point here so far. Harris rising a point over Biden. So that is progress for Democrats in a very big county. You can take a look here at Ozaukee County. And again, this one, now we got about 3/4 of the vote in. And Trump is running a bit above, not much, basically level with his 2020 number. Again, this is one where Democrats want to get a couple points better, see what happens with that remaining vote. And we talked at the start of the night about, we say the wow counties and the bow counties here, Brown County, Outagamie County, Winnebago County, mid-sized cities along sort of the Fox River, Lake Winnebago. These are all counties that Donald Trump won in 2020, but with reduced margins. Is he returning to 2016 levels, or is he back at 2020 level? So Outagamie County here, again, this is where the city of Appleton is. In 2016, when Trump won Wisconsin, he won this county by about 13 points. In 2020, when he lost Wisconsin, it was a 10-point margin. And tonight, as you can see, 67%. It's back at that 13-point spread right now. Now, again, votes still to come in Outagamie County. But I only flag this because we are seeing it in an awful lot of places tonight where Trump is returning to 2016 levels. These aren't always dramatic shifts, but Wisconsin's a state. When Trump won it, it was by 20,000 votes. When Biden won it, it was by 20,000 votes. So these kinds of differences can make all the difference. See what happens with the remaining vote there. But that's something we've been seeing in other places in this northern tier of the battleground all through the night. Again, now up near 70%. It's very close here, about 67,000 votes. More to come out of those wow counties, and we'll see if there's anything left there in Dane. But if that number doesn't move, that's a little bit below, I think, where Democrats wanted to be there.
Ottawa's energy production cap will cut your family's budget. Tell the feds at scrapthecap.ca.
It's over, I can just turn on the shower.
Okay, let's take a look at Pennsylvania, where you had Jacob there a few minutes ago setting up what probably any minute now we're going to see out of Philadelphia, and that is, he says, about 50,000 vote by mails. The results going to be released in Philadelphia. Of course, that is the most Democratic-friendly, overwhelmingly Democratic vote. So when that gets reported, we want to see what it does. This margin for Harris right now in Philadelphia sits at 305,000. Remember, ultimately, Democrats are hoping tonight to get that in the neighborhood of 500,000 votes. Got a long way to go with a little bit more than 2/3 of the vote in. And again, the context for this is where things stand in Philadelphia right now is that Trump is running so far 4 points above where he finished in 2020. Again, let's see. This mail update is going to be huge because how much do these numbers change? Democrats want to be above and need to be above this Biden level and be getting that plurality close to 500,000 because of what else we're seeing right now and what's coming even in the last few minutes in Pennsylvania. And let me just show you what that is. A couple things. We said put a pin in Luzerne County where Wilkes-Barre is, where Hazleton is. That's a majority, almost 70% Hispanic city. We now have all the vote in Luzerne County. Donald Trump is going to win this by a little bit more than 21 points. Compare this to 4 years ago, it was 14. Theme, but it's important. Trump's gains with Hispanic voters. You're absolutely seeing it here in Luzerne County. He's going to win this by more than 20 votes. That's a significant jump for him. His campaign said he was going to do that. They did do that here. We also saw him make those gains in Lackawanna County right next door earlier tonight. Also, where we're getting some clarity in Pennsylvania, South Central Pennsylvania, Lancaster County. This is one of the counties where you can see in 2020, Trump got 57-41. It's 57-58 if you round it 41 now. This is a place where Trump slipped in 2020, where Democrats wanted him to slip further. That's not happening. This is a big region population-wise. It doesn't get the same attention as Philadelphia. Lebanon County here, too. All the vote is in. Again, Democrats wanted more of a Trump drop-off here. They don't get it in Lebanon County tonight. And we showed you Cumberland County, I believe, earlier, but also in this region, also a place Democrats wanted gains, also a place where really they're not getting it tonight. Look inside the collar counties here, just outside Philadelphia. These are huge population-dense counties, and I'll flag a couple things. We got almost all the vote in Delaware County right now. Of these core collar counties, this is the most Democratic. It's the most diverse, most blue collar of these these three, of Delaware, of Chester, of Montgomery. Now, in 2020, Joe Biden won here by essentially 27 points. Getting close to all the vote in here right now, and it sits at about 24.5. Harris not at the Biden level. And keep in mind, again, this is very clear in Pennsylvania right now. Generally in these counties, the vote by mail is all reported out early, and what remains is this same day vote that's Republican leaning. So in all these counties, you just see Trump incrementally improving with each update. And Harris is now almost 2 points under where Joe Biden got in this core Democratic county 4 years ago. Next door in Chester County. Now, this is more significant drop off for Harris from Biden, but Chester County, unlike just about every other county in Pennsylvania, they are waiting until the end of the night, they say, to release their vote by mail. So let's see when the vote by mail comes in Chester County, if Harris can get back and surpass that 58. But there is also same day vote coming in that is helping Trump here. Next door in Montgomery County, this is just an enormous suburban county. And again, we've got the vote by mail. We're waiting on the same day. And already Harris is now running a point behind where Joe Biden finished in this county in 2020. Go up to Bucks. Bucks here, it's a little bit different. It's more blue collar, certainly, than Chester and Montgomery. It's more of a swing county. And again, now about half the vote is in here. Biden won this by 4.5 points in 2020. Trump has now taken the lead in Bucks County. It's tiny, but he's taken the lead. And again, this theme in counties like Bucks County and these more blue-collar counties throughout the northern tier of the battleground, you're seeing it. This was such a close race in 2016. Democrats made a significant jump here in 2020, and Trump is sort of rolling back the clock to 2016. So far, you're seeing that in Bucks County as well. We also said in Allegheny County, Pittsburgh, and those inner suburbs, huge Democratic area, we're coming close to all the vote in, 94%. We are super close right now. And again, let me just show you. In 2020, Biden essentially got 60%. And your Harris is very close to that, but she's not quite at that level. And Democrats won her over 60% here. Given everything I'm showing you about these Trump gains, especially in these counties with significant Hispanic populations, it becomes essential for Democrats that Harris in these areas overperform where Joe Biden did in 2020. Now, there may be some vote by mail ballots left, we're told, in Allegheny County, but we're talking about maybe 1,000, something like that. Very small amount, nothing on the order of what you've got there in Philadelphia. So again, this is a place where Democrats want big gains. And frankly, the way this is playing out tonight, need big gains, given everything else I just showed you. Reset it, 85% of the vote now in Pennsylvania, about 170,000 vote difference. Seeing, just in case it came in there, it did. There you go. That vote by mail update, it looks like, came in Philadelphia as we were going through this. And you can see, look at that Harris margin, how much that jumped, basically up to 350,000. And there is, as Jacob said, another batch of mail that's going to be reported out tomorrow morning. So another jump like this expected to come. That did knock Trump's number down. That did knock his percentage down to 20.8. It was at about 22 before. But again, he is still running 3 points north of where he was in Philadelphia back in 2020. So let's see that final. It's going to be a while till that final vote by mail update. But this one took Trump down a notch, but it didn't take him back to the level Democrats want him at there. And we can just take a trip down quickly to Georgia, because we've got some more counties that have basically filled in Georgia. Now 93% of the vote. And you do see that margin for Trump has come down a little bit. It's just under 120,000 votes, his lead statewide. Not a lot of votes left here, but one place we finally got clarity in here is Gwinnett County. This is a giant one, more than 1 million people in that core Atlanta metro area. Not all, but almost all the votes here right now. And again, let me just show you. It was 18 points for Joe Biden in 2020. Right now, about 16.5 for Harris. This has been the trajectory. Clinton won this thing by only about 6. Margin exploded for Democrats in 20, and they wanted it to take that next step forward in 2024, again, to offset what has been one of the stories tonight. We don't really show it because these counties are all so individually small, but I could just take you through dozens of counties that you see in red here where it's a Trump gain of 2 points, of 3 points, of 2 points, of 3 points, and you add those all together and put them together. That's a big reason why Trump has amassed this lead statewide. We've also got a little bit more in now out of DeKalb County. You know, some of this county here is inside the perimeter, large black population, large population of college-educated white voters. Not quite, Harris, hitting that number that Biden hit here in 2020. Massive win for here, but not quite hitting it. Still some votes to come, though. Democrats want to get more, desperately need more out of there. They would desperately need more out of, you know, this is this is as core Democratic a county as you get. And
Wonder, the official bread of triangle sandwiches.
again, Harris basically level, but a tick under where Joe Biden was in 2020. Not much to come. Democrats need every vote they could possibly get out of there. So again, you reset it statewide, seeing if anything changed. 118,000 votes. That's the Trump margin right now. And I'll just check to see if anything changed dramatically in Pennsylvania. 166,000, 85%. And you see what the lay of the land looks like there right now.
There's no sweeter way to celebrate your birthday. Thank you for 30 beautiful years from all of us at Sleep Country.
Yeah, and Rachel, what we can say now with that Georgia call is if Kamala Harris doesn't win a state that's not been treated as a battleground state, if she doesn't do that, then she now absolutely must pull out a win in Pennsylvania, because if there's no surprises outside the battleground, then Georgia plus North Carolina plus Pennsylvania would get Donald Trump to 270 electoral votes and the presidency. And look at Pennsylvania. We are closing in on 90% of the vote here. Donald Trump is leading by 168,000 votes right now. A couple of things that we can show you that have come in now in Pennsylvania to add a little more clarity. We said at the start of the night, 2 counties are pure bellwethers in Pennsylvania. Voted for Trump in 16, flipped to Biden in 20. What would they do tonight? We told you that Northampton County in the east has flipped to Donald Trump. The other one, Erie County, we've now got the results from Erie County. It's flipped back to Donald Trump. Again, just take a look at this. In 2016, when Trump won Pennsylvania, he won Erie County. He gave it back to Biden when Biden won the state. Now Trump is reclaiming Erie County tonight. Again, this is one of those big sort of quintessentially, you'd call it Rust Belt counties, a lot of big blue collar population there. Where are we waiting for remaining vote in Pennsylvania right now then? We've talked a lot about Philadelphia. Jacob has told us there are going to be a big batch of mail-in votes that we are not going to know until sometime tomorrow morning. That's it. There's also some same-day vote that's been coming in. The same-day vote has been running less Democratic than the vote by mail. And again, the big picture in Philadelphia is the Democrats are currently 3 points behind where Joe Biden ran in 2020. And this reflected a bit of a disappointment for Democrats. They won Pennsylvania, obviously, in 20. They were thrilled with that. But their Philadelphia number came down. It's coming down further so far. And unless those remaining mail-in ballots really boost them dramatically, Trump may finish with more than 20% in Philadelphia. Also still to come, we've got a few votes left in Delaware County, big suburban county, right outside Philadelphia. But again, right now, Harris is not hitting that Biden number. She absolutely needs to hit and exceed that in these places. Chester County, I think we're pretty much down to the vote by mail in Chester County. Of course, that is the very Democratic vote. So the question becomes, when we get that vote by mail, Harris is at 54.5. She's got to get past. She's really got to move past that Biden number. Will the remaining vote by mail in Chester County do that for her? Up to Montgomery County, more than 3/4 of the vote in here. This is a giant county, though. There are still lots of votes left to come. Again, from Harris's standpoint, she's got to get past that Biden number with what's left to come here. No vote by mail left in Montgomery County. Move up to Bucks County. 2/3 is in right here. This would be, if Donald Trump hangs on here, still plenty of votes to come, though, this would be a flip. And again, of those immediate Philadelphia area counties, this one a little bit more blue collar than the ones I just showed you. So again, that's a trend we're seeing. We saw it in Erie. We saw it in Northampton. We're seeing that in a lot of places tonight. Also, I'm giving you Democratic, big sort of Democratic vote areas, Bucks notwithstanding, but Chester, Montgomery, and Delaware. In Southwest Pennsylvania, the 2 big counties here, we've got Washington all in. I want to draw your attention to this because these are 2 big bedroom community suburbs of Pittsburgh. In Washington County, Donald Trump has improved tonight. The core Republican area, he wanted to boost his numbers in a place like this. You can see in Washington, he has. And if you go next door to Westmoreland County, which is even bigger, there is still vote to come in Westmoreland County. Trump currently, take a look at this, 28 points was his margin, 36 here right now. Again, if he finishes above that 28, it's exactly what he wanted to be doing. So for Democrats, it's going to take something really kind of massive out of Philadelphia, where really those numbers are disappointing for them so far. And again, out of Chester with that vote by mail, some more to come in Montgomery, and they're going to need to get bigger margins with what's to come. Again, 170,000 votes. That's Trump's advantage here, nearing 90% in Pennsylvania. Just checking on Allegheny. And again, those are the stakes. Trump wins this state. He's probably got this.
Steve Kornacki, thank you very much. We've got a call to make. NBC News can't project at this hour, and this is a big one. That the Republican
Yeah, I'm watching Pennsylvania because now we've inched over 90% of the vote in, and Trump's margin now has moved over 200,000 votes in Pennsylvania. That's a 3.5 almost point advantage for Trump. What just happened and what's left? Well, we just got a big piece of the puzzle. York County this is a biggie. Again, we talk about that south central Pennsylvania region as a sleeper. We just got all of the rest of the vote here. There was a lot outstanding. And again, to put this in perspective, this is an improvement from Trump over where it was 4 years ago, and that completes pretty much the storyline in this region of the state. One of the big questions we asked in Pennsylvania at the start of the night was, would Trump decline further in this part of the state? He had dropped a bit. He had dropped a bit in 2020. He didn't drop any further in counties like this tonight: Lebanon County, Lancaster County, Cumberland County, now York County. Where else did we just get results? We got it in Westmoreland County. We're almost complete here. Again, big Republican suburban, some rural areas too, certainly, but big Republican county outside Pittsburgh. And again, Trump is running a little bit better than he did here in 2020. That's what his campaign wanted to see. We also got some more results out of Montgomery County. We're getting close to everything in there, 86%. Harris is winning in Montgomery County, big suburban county right outside Philadelphia. It's a 22-point margin for her. But what we have been watching is this number, this Harris number, has been ticking down ever so slightly with every update. Why? Because every update is the vote that was cast today. That is the most Republican-friendly vote. The vote by mail, the most Democratic-friendly, that was released early in Montgomery County. So what are we still waiting on in Pennsylvania? Well, again, Philadelphia, we've got about 80% of the vote in here right now. Harris's margin, 356,000. Again, Democrats want to get that somewhere around, need it, somewhere around north of, frankly, 500,000 votes probably. Again, Jacob said, going to be a big vote by mail update in the morning, get some clarity on that. But Democrats need to boost the number there. We are waiting as well in Chester County on the vote by mail. They do it at the very end there. Oh, yep. Nope.
Too early to call between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump.
Yep. So again, in Pennsylvania here, it's about 220,000 just to reset. We were just looking at where else could votes be coming in significant numbers. Center County here, we still have some to come. This is where State College is. Trump leading here right now. I believe vote by mail still to come here. This was a Democratic county for Joe Biden in 2020. So an opportunity for Democrats to add a little bit. Penn State University right there. So there are some pockets that, though, frankly, this should be a Republican county in a big way by the end of the night. We still have a ton of votes to come. We knew it was going to take a long time here. The vote by mail, it looks like, has been processed. So there are pockets here where Trump can gain too. But again, Philadelphia, by far the biggest thing outstanding. Democrats just trying to squeeze everything they can out of those collar counties, but with 93% in, making up a deficit of 220,000, getting to be a very tall order for Democrats. I wanted to update Wisconsin as well as we approach 90% in. The Trump margin there, about 4 points, as you can see right now, 116,000 votes. We have been following this story of Dane County, and it's been a bit of a mystery for some of the night exactly how much vote was left. We actually believe, now take a look at this. We said at the start of the night, the margin for Democrats in 2020 for Joe Biden was about 182,000 votes. So Harris has now actually gotten basically to the Biden level in 2020. And we believe there is a little bit more to come still in Dane County. So it appears actually that question we posed at the beginning of the night here, could Democrats squeeze more out of Dane County than they've been getting? Every election this century they have, it looks like they may be able to do that. We'll see. Make sure there are a few left there. Obviously, if they do, we expect them to break decisively for Kamala Harris. And one other thing I did want to point out and just make sure we kind of get on the record as we look at the map of the country here, and you see in gray the states that aren't called. You take a look on the East Coast here, and this one stands out. New Jersey, which in 2020 was a state that Joe Biden won by 16 points. Now, nearly 90% of the vote is in here, and Harris does have a pretty healthy lead over Donald Trump. But a couple things we can note here. I wanted to call your attention to this. This is Passaic County. The city of Paterson, New Jersey is here. Passaic is here. This is a plurality Hispanic county, working class Hispanic county, 42% Hispanic. Look at this. With just about all the vote in, Trump is leading in Passaic County. This was a 17-point Joe Biden victory in 2020. Trump has turned that around in leads here. And again, this is just as I look at this map, county by county across the country tonight, even outside of the swing states that we're concentrating on, I am seeing this over and over again. Counties with substantial Hispanic populations, that's where Trump is making his most dramatic gains. I think we had just mentioned New Mexico a minute ago. The Trump campaign said they were targeting this. It's a 5-point win for Kamala Harris. But just take a look at the story of this. This is down from about 10 points for Joe Biden in 2020. I want to show you just 2 counties here to give you an idea, because this is a microcosm of what I've been seeing around the country tonight. Bernalillo County, this is where Albuquerque is. This is the big sort of metro, suburban, high concentration of college degrees county we've been talking about. And Harris almost gets to the Biden level here. There isn't much of a drop off for Harris here. And this is where Albuquerque is, just giant vote producing county. Now let's get to a county that's almost 70% Hispanic, down where Las Cruces is. And you see, again, this is going to be a Harris County tonight, but look at the change. This was almost a 19-point victory for Joe Biden, cut down by 10 points here. Core Democratic county in New Mexico. The counties in New Mexico with the highest Hispanic populations are where Donald Trump has made his gains. The reason he got this down to 5 points are the counties with Hispanic population there. So you're seeing that, outside of the core battleground. And as I said, I've been showing you in Pennsylvania all night. One of the stories of how Donald Trump has gotten this lead tonight has been all of these small and mid-sized cities, counties that have these small and mid-sized cities in them with significant Hispanic populations. That's where Trump's made gains.
If you're a YouTuber and you want to save hours managing your library, you need TubeBuddy. Come check out how you can edit your end screens, cards, and descriptions of all of your videos with just the click of a button. Go now.
Explore a week in wartime at meetingwiththepast.com and donate a digital poppy to honor our veterans.
Yes, we are. He's 94%. Trump's lead here at 190,000 votes. That works out to about a 3 percentage point lead. It is a very significant hill for Kamala Harris to climb here. Just in terms of what's left, the picture is really kind of condensing and clarifying. Obviously, the biggest outstanding source of votes is right here in Philadelphia, the city of Philadelphia. You see with 83% there, it's a lead there of about 58 points for Harris. I'm just glancing over to get the number. We expect there are still 137,000 or so votes to come out of Philadelphia. Remember, a chunk of them are going to be that vote by mail that's going to come out sometime tomorrow morning. The wild card in Philadelphia, and what's I think has kept folks at bay a little bit here, is provisional ballots. There's a big number of provisional ballots, and these are expected to break decisively to the Democrats. How many? Well, in 2020, the COVID year, things were all, it had been a one-off, but there were about 100,000 provisional ballots. In the 2022 midterm, this is in Philadelphia, in the 2022 midterm, about 45,000. And so the question is, how many of them are there? And what does that remaining provisional ballot pool look like when you get the rest of these votes in? Is there plausibly something there that could boost the Democrats enough to make up for this big gap that they have statewide now, which again, I'll show you 190,000 votes there. So you got what's left in Philadelphia. You got the provisional ballots in Philadelphia. That's what the Democrats are kind of hanging their hopes on, because the rest of these counties here, you know, we're just waiting on a little bit from Chester County. Democrats will gain some here, but at a 54-44 clip, anything like that, it's not going to be a huge gain. Same in Montgomery County. There's some left here Democratic, but again, if it's about a 60-40 split of what's to come, that won't net out to a ton. And then there are places to come with significant vote where, you know, look, Trump is running ahead in Bucks County now by 2.5 points. Votes to come there may net out a bit in his benefit. You could look here. This is just the mail-in ballot in an overwhelmingly Republican county. You're talking tens of thousands of votes still to come here in a place Trump won by almost 40 points. So he's going to make up ground there. He's going to make up ground still in a place like Schuylkill County, you know, core Republican county. He's winning it by 52 points. There's still votes to come. There are still pockets of votes as well in these deeply red Trump counties. They add up as well. So again, Democrats stand to make some gains in these places, maybe some very substantial gains out of Philadelphia. The provisional vote, we are trying to figure out how much there is. That looms as a wild card here. But again, looking at a mountain of 191,000 votes you got to make up with this little left in Pennsylvania, you know, that's looking like a close to a Mount Everest there for Harris. But let's get a sense of that provisional. Yes, let's call it up right there. And again, this is basically the same situation here. It's 49-4-48. So there is a bit of separation there where Dave McCormick, the Republican Senate candidate, is running a bit below Trump's number. Bob Casey, the Democrat, you can see is running a bit above Harris's number. Again, I'll just show you that sort of the eye test here, 49-4-48. And we'll show you again the presidential race, 50.9-48 flat. Why that is significant is because while this is a very, as we say, a very big margin for Democrats to try to overcome, and we'll see what happens as we learn more about the provisionals, but while 191,000 is that steep, when you look back at the Senate race, 88,000 with what's remaining in terms of the votes in Philadelphia, in terms of the vote by mail in Philadelphia, in terms of potentially the provisional ballots. That is closer. That's decidedly more doable, just given the numbers that are left for the Democrats, for Bob Casey to potentially make that up. So there is a bit of separation here. We were wondering about this in a lot of these key Senate races. How much would the sort of the partisan split just roll down to the Senate race? You could see to a great degree it's done that in Pennsylvania, but is this one separated enough for the Democrats where what's left could boost Bob Casey? There's suspense there definitely right now. Yeah, let's take a look in Wisconsin because we have more complete results in Wisconsin. Michigan still remains a bit of a mishmash there in terms of these counties we're looking at, but close to 90% of the vote is in here. And again, Hovde, the Republican, with about a 2.5-point advantage. That's about 70,000 votes over Tammy Baldwin, the Democratic incumbent. Again, the question here is how much these are going to sync up with the presidential race. So again, keep your eye on that now. Watch it flip from 50.1 for Hovde to 51.3 for Trump. So again, given how tight Wisconsin may come here, it's a 125,000 vote advantage for Donald Trump. And then you take a look at the Senate race, and it's just a little bit more than half that. So again, Baldwin behind, but running substantially closer to Hovde than in the presidential race we're seeing with Trump and Harris here. So again, if this thing becomes tight enough, if you're in a situation ever where Trump ekes out a victory in the presidential and Hovde's running a point or so behind him, there's the potential there for a split as well. Remember, in Wisconsin in 2020, it was a difference of 20,000 votes that separated Trump and Biden. It was about 20,000 votes in 2016 as well. In 2016, there was a Senate race. The outcomes did sync up that time with Trump and Ron Johnson both winning. But there is separation there. And again, these basic dynamics, I wanted to take a look here. I did want to see Baldwin has gone to 183,000, and I wanted to measure this against. Yeah, okay, they're equal. This is significant because we've talked about it all night, and now officially Harris has expanded the Democratic margin in Dane County. It was about 182,000 last time. So this is yet again this century. Democrats are getting more out of Dane County. That's rolling right over, as you would expect, to the Senate race as well. Yes. So Michigan, though, 70% of the vote is in here. And again, 52.2, 46. Let's call up the Senate results. 50.7, 46.4. So I think you can see where this one is going. It's a similar story here. It's close to being synced up, but Mike Rogers, the Republican Senate candidate, running a bit behind Trump. What's confusing about Michigan right now is there's still a lot of counties here, big important counties where we just do not have clarity. A lot of this is done in Michigan. It's a very decentralized process. It's done at the municipal level. So it's just, we get very, I'll give you an example here. Macomb County, we've got half the vote right now. You go next door to Oakland County, we've got almost all the vote. Democrats are getting about what they want. They probably want a little bit more out of Oakland County than Slotkin is getting right there. But the big wild card here, we talked about it all night. What's Macomb going to do compared to Oakland? Is it going to get close to canceling it out? Half the vote still to come. This is a 13-point margin, essentially, for the Republicans here. That's a substantial improvement from the Republican number in 2020. So we need to see more to be able to make some of these comparisons. Again, only about a third of the vote is in Wayne County. This is obviously hugely important. You've got questions about the city of Detroit, questions about the Muslim and Arab vote throughout the county. So it's a lot of a mishmash in Michigan right now to make sense of either one of the races. But there is, with the votes that are tallied, a little bit of potentially substantial separation between the candidates. Yeah, let's take a look here. And I'm curious, too, in the presidential. OK, now about half the vote statewide. And remember, this is going to kind of, they're going to add the same day votes tonight, and it's going to be a long sort of count in Arizona the rest of the week. So take a look here at the Senate race. And again, you definitely see some separation here. It's a 6-point deficit for Kari Lake there with what's been counted in the Senate race. And it's a 1-point deficit, or a little bit less than a 1-point deficit for Kamala Harris. So we suspected Arizona might be the state where the Republican Senate candidate, Kari Lake, who lost the gubernatorial race there 2 years ago, and have an extremely controversial figure in Arizona, didn't concede that 2022 gubernatorial loss. So we suspected there might be the most separation there. You're certainly seeing it there. And also, let's move up Nevada. Okay, again, now in Nevada, it's similar to Arizona. We've got a ton of vote here, but it's going to be a bit slow getting the rest in here. So what's been counted so far, Trump with a 4-point lead there in the presidential, call up the Senate race. And again, that's, like Arizona, it may not be quite as dramatic, but that's a pretty substantial difference between those two candidates. So again, I think that's a very important story. I'm glad you had me run through these because I've been so focused on the presidential. But yeah, we see in all those races to some degree separation where the Democratic Senate candidate is running better than Kamala Harris, most dramatically in Arizona and in Nevada, but in those other states too.
Steve, can I ask you, again, you can say no, I'm overworking you. But can we talk about some of the unpolled presidential states?
Yeah.
Can we talk about, you posted on New Jersey?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, New Hampshire. Now, let's call it up here. Part of the problem in New Hampshire, again, you see all the gray on here. Also, you see all these puzzle pieces. Unlike other states, New Hampshire doesn't report out by county. They report out by municipality. So you've got some cities in here, and you've also got a lot of just small towns, villages, hamlets kind of, where you're just still waiting on numbers. In that last 15% or so in New Hampshire can take a long time, not come in election night, not come in those overnight hours. So there's still a lot to come, but we can show you some of the places we're looking at. Statewide, that's almost a 5-point lead for Kamala Harris. It's down a little bit from, I'll just show you, that's down a little bit from where this state landed in 2020 when Biden won it by just over 7 points. But some of the places we were looking coming into tonight, this would be a good example. Pelham, New Hampshire, right on the New Hampshire-Massachusetts line. This is the kind of big town that Trump lost ground in I'll show you, lost ground in 2020. He had won it by about 25, fell down to about 20 points in 2020. You see, he has got it back up to that 2016 level in Pelham. There's a number of towns. Here's a big one we're waiting on. This is the kind of thing. Salem, again, right over the Massachusetts line. Again, it's a place where Trump won it by 20 points. This is big by New Hampshire standards, by the way. 20 points. Came down to 13 points. Trump needs to get that back over 20 points. So you're looking still there. We could take a look. How about some of these other big ones here? Derry, New Hampshire. Okay, we got complete in Derry. A bit of a blue-collar town here, pretty big-sized blue-collar town. And again, Trump by 14 points in 2016, cut in half in 2020. He's gotten back. Not quite, though, to the 2016 level. I think to really have a shot in New Hampshire, Trump would have to be exceeding the 2016 level. He nearly won New Hampshire in 2016. It was just 3,000 votes. But in a place like Derry, he wants to be going over the 2016 number. Take a look at Londonderry. Very similar here. Big, kind of blue-collar place. Look, Trump eked it out in 2020 after winning this thing by 10 points in 2016. Again, he's improved on 2020. The Trump campaign would look at Londonderry and say they want to have more improvement than that. So Trump seems to be taking a step forward. There are some, pretty significantly sized outstanding places on this map still, but he needs to take bigger steps forward. That's why you see it's a 5-point lead here for Harris, about 30,000 votes, 29,471. But with so much to come and such a slow reporting, decentralized state, you're not getting a call there. This was one, though. Obviously, J.D. Vance was sent here on Sunday for the Trump campaign when they talked about potentially expanding the battleground. It was this, it was Virginia, it was New Mexico. It's an improvement, it looks like, for Trump. But you're not looking at these numbers and saying these are numbers that are going to give Trump a victory in New Hampshire. Yeah, okay, now this is shades of 2016. Let's go out to Minnesota now. 3/4 of the vote is in, uncalled. Of course, Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota, the Democratic vice presidential candidate, and yet compare what we're looking at right now in Minnesota to what we saw 4 years ago. 7 points, cut more than in half at this point. It's a 3-point Harris lead. It's a pretty good cushion she has there. But again, this is a drop-off for Democrats in the vice presidential candidate's home state. Oh, and I wanted to extend it out further because, remember, in 2016, this was one of the states that Trump almost got. He got, remember, Pennsylvania, he flipped, Michigan, he flipped, Wisconsin, he flipped on the strength of blue-collar white voters. Minnesota is a state that also has a ton of blue-collar white voters, a lot of them small cities, rural areas. And again, this number tonight is not looking as much like 2020 as it is 2016. Again, what saves Democrats, even in a close call like this in Minnesota, what saves Democrats is the immediate Twin Cities area here. You talk about like Hennepin County. It's the big population dense, suburbs, cities where, again, high concentrations of college degrees. And again, right on the number. Harris is right on the number. She's not dropping off at all in Hennepin County. So look, even if Trump is making gains, is winning back some of the votes that he surrendered in 2020 in blue-collar areas, Democrats count on this area. We take a look here where St. Paul is. Again, right on the number there for Harris. So typically for Democrats, if they can hit those big margins in the Twin Cities, they can withstand defections or losses in the more blue-collar areas. And it looks like Trump has made gains in the blue-collar areas, but so far the reason why he's still trailing with this much vote in is the Twin Cities are doing what Democrats depend on them to do.
Building your online business? Go to Wix.com and set up your store on a single integrated platform. Add products, showcase them dynamically, and seamlessly track your inventory. Accept multiple secure payments, and design your storefront down to the very last detail. Get all the tools you need. Drive more sales with customizable gift cards and flexible product subscriptions. Retain customers with a point-based loyalty program, email automations, and reach millions with sales channel integrations. Complete your setup with a personalized analytics dashboard. Make smart business decisions and shape the next phase of your business. Build, manage, and grow from one place. Go to Wix and launch your online business today.
Wonder, the official bread of triangle sandwiches.
Culligan water softeners prevent hard water buildup, revitalizing your hair and skin. Culligan, water you love.